been a while. I've had a couple of busy weeks, but we're back, and let's see if we can wrap up the Live2D reverse engineering today. So let me reset my tracking because it's being a little silly. Maybe it's good now. Okay. So yeah, I did get some work done off stream. I didn't work on the reverse engineering or the rendering, but I did work on a test app. And I want to show you something cool. Let me check a couple things here. I think I can minimize that. Okay. 1 second. Just close some windows. I have too many windows open. They should not be open. Why is this open? Okay, yeah, I did some fun stuff. So let me show you something. I think I can just switch right to it. Let's see if this works. So I made a little demo app because before we had the renderer had a built-in like test thing, and it was kind of dumb. I started writing a little test app for the rendering engine using eGUI, which is a Rust GUI library, and I got it looking pretty cool. So if I just cargo run this, you get this, and you can just drag and drop your model zip file in there. Whoops. And there you go. It does and renders. It shows you logs in case there's something weird, and you can then change the parameters. This is when you do these are supposed to go together, right? So that stuff. It has dark mode too, you know. So this is really cool. eGUI makes it really easy to build this kind of thing. This doesn't have any physics yet, so it's just all the parameters raw without any without any automation. So you have to do everything by hand. But it does work. And the cool thing is that it also runs in a browser. So I can host this and people can test their models with Hayagami, and it's still very fast inside the browser. And yeah, so it all runs entirely locally. There's no server. Yeah, so this is really cool because it means people can test it without sending me their models or anything like that, and without having to worry about building anything. This is pretty neat. And so yeah, that's what I've been working on. I built a little UI here. This is pretty easy actually with eGUI. So the trickiest part, this is the demo app. It's mostly just like dealing with integrating the rendering of the renderer in into eGUI. So it's actually pretty easy to build. You can see here how kind of it works. You know, you just kind of write, it's a immediate mode UI, so you just kind of write the UI top to bottom and left to right kind of. And And yeah, so it has this left panel which just runs all the parameters, and it uses a really silly like n squared iteration to go through them, but whatever. And yeah, to draw the model, it uses this paint callback feature. And so I changed the render. I refactored the render a little bit to work well with this kind of model. The render, I've optimized a few things and cleaned up a few things. Nothing really significant. Mostly just trying to make it so that it doesn't redraw everything every time, and fixing some bugs in like the parts that check whether something changed or not. So I just cleaned it up a little bit and commented it a little bit so it's less of a mess. But it's mostly the same as it was before. The only changes I made to the core were that I tried a certain model that I can't show you yet, and there were two issues that I found. One was that in classes here, the warp deformer Y and X divisions were backwards. So this model only uses like 5x5, 10x10 equals, so it didn't matter. The model I loaded had different X and Y divisions for warps, and it was completely messed up if you have these backwards. So that was an easy fix. And the other one was very easy in the driver here, where I do these special magic, strange, weird rotation deformer based on actually in general the rotation deformer transform. I forgot to apply the opacity from the parent deformer, so I just added this line. Those were the only two changes relevant to the reverse engineering or the implementation of the Live2D stuff. Everything else was just things around it to get the model to render and build that little GUI like that. All right, let me say hi to everyone because I didn't do that. Hello, Flavio. Hello, Yerny. Hello, Jump Forever. Hello, Guest. Hello, Wolf Boy. Okay. Oh, I should get myself some water. Yeah, I think I need to do that. Okay, let me get myself some water because I forgot to refill my water bottle, and then we'll get started on the to-do list. So, I also started actually committing to Git because I really should do that. So here's the to-do list. We have to do so blend parameters. Actually, we are missing blend rate limits, so that needs to be added, and we need to do the warp extrapolation. And just a couple of things with parts, and the sorting is important. And then if we have time, the physics. So, we're back. So first of all, let's look at this blend weight limit stuff, because this actually is something we haven't investigated yet. I have the file format for the weight limit, because that was pretty obvious looking at my model. But it's not implemented yet, and we don't actually know how to implement it exactly yet. So we're gonna have to build a little test for parameters, and we actually haven't done any of that yet. So before we do that, and before I forget, I'm going to switch to this screen and check something. Just to check that I don't do anything silly. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So we're gonna have to build a test model for this, because we haven't really experimented with parameters in a test model yet. We've only tested like the formers. So let's copy this test route.py to test param.py, and we'll see if we can do some blend shape stuff. So sublime test param. Okay, so in here, let's clean out the useless stuff. So for this test model, what I want to do is have a little test texture, everything. Let's put this in test model in here, makes it easier. And open test model texture SVG. So I want to have like a little dot I can use. I can just probably put it here. Let's just make a little circle and make it like something like that, and make it yeah, this size should be fine. A little smaller, actually. It doesn't have like a little cursor I can use to do stuff. So let's make a little circle there, and let me just export this via export. So now let's make a let's have a an ArtMesh for that. So we have a test ArtMesh, and we'll have a cursor ArtMesh or something like that. Cursor. So cursor, we just have an X and Y. So we're gonna have a constant size. Makes mesh is from what to what. You can just say X minus, actually width and height we can have. So minus width divided by 2, Y minus height divided by 2, X plus width divided by 2, and Y plus height divided by 2, so that we can center it. We don't really care about the mesh division, so we can just do 1 by 1. I don't know if that's gonna work. It's 2 by 2. No, sorry, it's 2 by 2. Yeah, for your mesh text chords, same thing. And the text chords need to be. We are at. This is 0.25, so it's 0.125, and then a little left and a little right. So it's 1/8 minus something, and then on the vertical it's 3/8 minus something. So this would be 1/8, 3/8 plus and how much is the circle here? This is that'd be 16th, 1/32, so 1/64. 3/8 minus 1/64, and 1/8 plus 1/64, I think. 3/8 plus 1/64, I think that gives me my text chord offsets, and then the indices, so just do 2 by 2 on that. On editor, this is Sublime. Sublime text. And the multiply color and the screen color just need to be 0 on this one. And same for the color forms. Let's call this cursor. And what we need is... Yeah, that should be fine then. You can just delete these. So we have a cursor. And we're going to make a little grid. So we make a test grid from -1 to -1 to +1 to +1. That's fine. And then we do cursor equals... did I call it cursor? Yes. And we'll put the cursor at -1, comma -1, and the width and height we'll just do like 0.1 or something. Then 0.05. And so then we have a, we don't need a deformer for the, actually this is a warp viz. Warp viz is called, that goes from 0 to 1, so you can actually just use that. Let's use the warp viz, it's easier. So use the viz and the cursor. And so the viz then goes from 0 to 1, so we can just put the cursor at 0. And we don't need any warp deformer, so we're just going to use rotation. And we will put a rotation deformer on the cursor. Rot. And the rot is just going to start at 0 and scale 1 because we're not going to, it's not going to do anything by default. And then we can drop the draw item stuff. We don't really care about that. And we can just validate it. And that should give us, hopefully, a basic model to test. So we can do Python test param. We don't have any parameters yet. And Python reload py test model. That did not work. Oh, because it's need to write it out. That did not work. Required argument is not an integer. I deform rot.index. And multiply color. Oh, because it not... I forgot to set the defaults here, I guess. Okay. Okay, so then we have a grid and we have a cursor. Okay, the cursor is too tiny. We'll make it a little bigger. Let's make the cursor a little bigger. Okay, that's good. So we have a cursor there and we can see how it moves. So now let's add things as parameters. So we need a, we are gonna add a blend shape parameter and we're gonna see how it behaves on this. So we don't have anything to build parameters yet, so we're just gonna do it by hand, or I guess we can do a def, nah, let's just do it by hand, okay. Param equals mock.add parameter. So we add a parameter. And what does parameter need? We are here. I actually want to just open this directory here. Yeah, let's just do it in a separate instance. Save that. So we have view, layout, columns 2. And we have the test param in here. And we can just put T3. So class parameter. It's called param, okay. And we're gonna need the snap type. Okay, so param.snap type equals 3, or even just param.snap type dot normal. We'll have to figure out. I don't know what unto does. We'll see if that makes any sense. And let's say param dot. So we need some key point arrays, and everything else can be zeros. I don't think it needs the key point array for blend shapes. I think this is just informative, but I'm not sure. And then we need we need blend key point arrays, right? So everything is 0. So let's make a key point array, which is a blend key point arrays. So I think it's called blend key point array. And then we need a bka equals, dot I key point. So we are gonna have just, how many key points? bka dot count key point. Let's have just 2 key points to make it easy for now. And, let's say, actually, let's have 3 key points. And the bka.neutral index is 1, so the second one is the neutral one, and then we need some key points, right? So mock dot we have the vert. I think we have something for we have add DBO, add extra DBO. We need like an add key points, right? KP, and then it's key points extend V. So we can just say is mock dot add KP, and we add the key points in here, right? The key points we are going to use are going to be just to be interesting. We're going to say -2, and let's make the neutral not... Actually, yeah, let's make the neutral not 0 to make it more interesting. So we'll make the key points... yeah, let's make the key points more interesting. -3, -1, and 1, just to make it more interesting. Okay. Then then we have we have to add that to the param. So param dot I key point array equals bka dot index, and param dot count key point array is just 1. So you just have 1. And then we need to assign this to the rotation deformer to create some key points. So in rot deformer, we have the I key point array sets. And but this is not for blend. For blend, it's done differently. For blend, it's done in a blend rot blend form array set. And then we have the blend form arrays, which gets complicated. So rot blend form array set equals mock.add rot blend form array set. So for this one, irot deformer equals rot, and this is the deformer, not the rot deformer. So it's actually dot I think it's called typed dot index, because we need the rotation deformer, not the parent deformer. And that doesn't matter because they're both 0 here. And then the I blend form array. So we need the blend form array, right? We need a blend form array. Add blend form array. And so the blend form array needs a I blend key point array. Which is just the index for that one. So that's bka.index. And then we have bfa dot iForm and bfa.count form. So we need to add some rotation forms here. And these are this kind of thing, right? Let's maybe set the multiply color and screen color to default to 0, so I don't have to add those. You're missing those in rod form. Oh, it's default none. Why did I have default none? Okay, never mind. Let's just make default 0 here. Okay, so then we have iForm. We need to add some rod forms. And so these are additively added, right, to the base form. So actually the default of 0 is going to do nothing. So rod form, we want 3, right? Because we have three key points. So we'll do alt key form A, B, and C. And they have to be consecutive. And so the I form is rform A dot index, and count form is 3. And so the rform A, we are going to move this one to the right. Dot. Translation equals 1, 0. So on the leftmost point, we're going to move it to 1, 0, the other side. Then on the middlemost point, we're going to move it to 1, 1. And then on the rightmost point, we're going to move it to the bottom left, 0, 1. So that should give us some translation. Now the param needs an ID. Let's call it test param. And so now we have the blend form array. And I think that's possibly it. Maybe just some more param stuff. No, I think this might actually work. Let's see if it works. Did not work. They're tight. Oh, because that's a property. Okay, did not like that. Did it validate? No, it did not. Listening out of range. We're missing blank keypoint arrays in the blend form array. I think I forgot to add that. Yes. No, I mean the keypoint array, sorry, which is the... Sorry, what? Oh, this is wrong. Hold on. 15, uneven array, 1560 plus 3. What? Oh, I think I messed up this add KP thing here. Ah, this is key point. Sorry. Yeah, still did not work. Where's that print? I'll get rid of those dashes. That's annoying me. This needs to go away. Okay, it has the key points now. 3 minus 1, 1. And what is broken? This is gonna range. I form 1, count form 3. Is it the blend weight limit ref? It doesn't matter because we have none. Validation failed. Blend weight limit ref plus ref. Okay, yeah, but that's only if we have some. Okay, so it does validate, but it still doesn't like it, so something is wrong. Oh, but something is broken now. Key point arrays. Interesting. Okay. In 645, so we're missing some validation. Oh, because it says blend key point array, not key point array. So yeah, we need some validation here. It's missing. I'm just gonna call those functions. It's supposed to be blend key point array and count blend key point array. Okay, now it loaded. So now it's at the top left, which is interesting because I expected it to already be somewhere else. What happened here? Do we have parameters? So if we go to expression editor and create new expression, you have test param, and it doesn't do anything. Oh wait, we didn't set the min max. Okay, yes. So we need to set the param dot limits equals, and this is max min default. I'm too lazy to do that. So max would be 0, min would be -3.0, and default would be -1.0. And it doesn't repeat. I don't think repeat does anything, by the way. I should test that. Snap type is that. Okay, that's probably fine then. Okay, still doesn't work. Create new expression. Okay, this doesn't do anything. The limits are right. Oh, this is not right. I blend from array as BFA dot index, so I think it's still the same thing anyway. Okay, that's not working. Why is that not working? Yeah, that's not right. It's supposed to be adding to that, and you don't have any limits, so it shouldn't be limiting anything. What if I say the default is someone's rform b dot scale equals -1, and that should like scale it down? No, that's not working. Doesn't do anything. I'm missing something here. Is it because I don't have any key points on the param? I need param.I key point equals it's just the same as for the bka.I key point. Count key point is bka.count key point. Oh, I mean to set blend shape. Sorry, I forgot. Parent.blend shape equals true. If we don't do that, it doesn't do anything. Okay, it still doesn't work. Huh. Yes, not cute because it's a blend form. It has the key points. Blend key point array, 0. The rot forms are where they're supposed to be. And then we have the blend key point Plan key point erase one object. Okay, we have the key points. Blend form has 3 forms, starting at that one, which is what we have. No blend weight limits. Oh, wait. No blend form arrays on that one. Yeah, that's why. Hold on. What happened there? Ah, we just set the count. The count is 1. Without that, it doesn't do anything. And it still doesn't work. Oh, now it does something. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is interesting. So at the default, we are actually at the left. As we move minus... Oh, okay, the scale is becoming small. Oh, okay. I see. So it's like the default key is implied to be 0? Huh. Okay, let's turn the scales down. That's interesting. So the behavior is not what I expected. I'm sorry, this... Alright, the scale is supposed to be 0 because we are... Defaults to 1, but that's, that makes sense for the base forms, not for the translation. Why did the scale not apply? Okay, now it's the same. So somehow, at the default point, it is... completely ignoring that blend shape. No, sorry, not completely. No, yeah, it's like completely setting it to 0. Like if I set the scale to -1 here, I think it still doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. So it's like it always, at the default point, it always maps to 0. So if I change this default index, your neutral index, to 0... Ah, now it's somewhere else. Now something happened. Expression editor. Ah, now it goes... Okay. Yeah, the scale is... Yeah, because I said this to -1. That's why. Let's change that. Yeah, so now that form is clamped to 0, and then it does what I expect. Interesting. Okay, so that means that this neutral index is actually supposed to be mapped to 0. So we need to change that in the render. Let's do that before I forget. So, here in here, where we do the blend forms. Blend pair map, calc pair map. So I need a map with neutral index and M state. Say sum on that. And then the tricky thing is, okay, we have the key points, the neutral index, and then we are doing value as that from that. And so essentially no, the value is fine. We don't need to pass the neutral index here. The neutral index needs to be used later because this is mapping to a key form. Yeah, no, this is fine. It's later when we go to the forms. So it's a little bit weird. The easiest way to do this would be to actually just modify the file in place, but we don't really want to do that. Okay, let me go back and see if this makes sense somewhere else. When we are interpolating the forms here, then I have this get form set. It returns pair maps and forms as an item array, and so I need like a again neutral index for this get form set. And essentially the way I do that is just by setting the weight of that form to 0 always. For the blends. And these are blend form maps. Yeah, the neutral index is in here, so we can just do that here actually. Like that. So that should do the same thing. And okay, use size. That should implement the same behavior, even though probably no model actually does that. But I guess that's what Live2D does. So we don't need this other change here. We did it here. So that's one interesting thing. And then I guess this kind of implies that the way they do blend param weights. Okay, now the next thing I want to find out is now we have this thing where we have one parameter and it will go from the neutral state somewhere else to somewhere else. Now, if you have another parameter that applies a weight limit to this blend param, is the weight limit going to reduce it towards the neutral index, or is it going to reduce it directly? Like, is it going to reduce it in terms of the value being interpolated, or is it going to reduce it directly in terms of the final weight? And the other question is, if you have multiple of those limits, do they multiply or do they just max, or what's the operation there? So let's do that. So now we need 2 more parameters, but just parameters. We don't necessarily need anything else because we just need to add them as limits. So we'll just add parent.limits, and this one can be 0 to 1 because whatever, or even 0 to 2. Limit 1. And nothing else matters. And param 2. And then we need to add this to the limit arrays. So we have the blend from array, and there's an I blend limit, then the limit ref. So we need a VWL equals mock.add. And this is a blend weight limit ref. And these just point to limits. And each limit has a param and the limit points. So we're gonna have 2 refs. 1 for each parameter. And we have 2 limits. So the first limit will be a blend weight limit. I param is the source parameter, just param1.index is the one that is driving this limit. And the I blend weight limit point would be the first point. So we need the points here. Let's make a function for these. There's a parent points, make a function for that. So we want to say so for the points, we say for value weight in points, mock.add, bring your limit point. Take the index of the first and point dot value equals value, pt dot weight equals weight. And then we add that and say p0 count blend weight limit point equals len points, and we return that. So we are going to add the limits to that. One. And so the points we're going to add for this limit are at 0, 0. The weight is 1.0, and then at 1.0, the weight is 0. And we can test whether the 2.0 does anything. Let's just say it's like that for now. And we'll make another one identical for param 2. And then for blend weight limit ref, dots I blend weight limit these are just the pointers to the two things, and then finally we add them to the warp. Where are these? Blend from array. So BFA dot I blend weight limit ref. We have two parameters, so we're gonna have two refs. And that should give us something. Okay. Enter FI. So something didn't validate. Do I have a build field 227? This is for an array tuple. Where did I have an array tuple? I forgot. Huh? Do I turn on charge limit on my Mac? Yes, I always set it to 80% because I want the battery to last longer. And especially this one is mostly always plugged in. Get attribute FI. What? Why? This doesn't make any sense. 227. Sorry, 227. It's here. In some kind. Okay, hold on. Let's print that. What's going on here? Limits. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm done. This is, min, max. Sorry, default, min, max, right? No, max, min, default, sorry. Max, min, default. Okay, so now it's at the corner there. That's the default position. So if we go and create a new expression, we see the new parameters. So now this does what Cindy does before without those. Now, if I start this, see that starts limiting it towards 0. If I go all the way here, okay, it goes straight. So the blend weight limits apply to the combined, they basically apply a combined weight limit to the blend parameter. They do not just alter the They don't make this bar go down. They make the whole thing just clamp towards 0. And now if we have two of them, it also does that. So how do they add up? Okay, it's just the max. It's just max, which makes sense because it's a limit, right? So it's just maxed. So we have to implement that. So let's add the blend weight limits. How do we do that? In mod RS. Actually, that like a perf test thing here in self or something. Perf test mode, just to get rid of those comments here. Yeah, it's a little cleaner there. TK enter? What is TK enter? Nothing here is TK enter. Okay, so now how do we do the blend rate? So we need in this get blend form set. We essentially need a so we have these blend form maps. The limits are set. I remember myself. the limits are set in the blend form array. So I think we don't have this implemented yet in the model, I think. I think that's not in here at all yet. Yeah, it's not in here yet, so we need to add that. So how does that work? We need an fn limits self. And what should that return? That should return an iterator of the limit objects. It's just a blend weight limit ref. Those are just refs, so we can just that's the same thing as with the other thing with the pair map. So we can just deref that and call it a blend width limit, and that will have a pair of points. So we have blend param and then blend weight limit. So we have blend for map, and then yeah, blend we can just go after that. Blend weight limit. So we don't need a form for that. But this is an should it be an item? Should this be an item? I guess it should be an item. Blend weight limit. No type. There's no Python interface. There's no Python GUI anywhere. The editor is Sublime. So then these need to have a param and a set of points. For the points, I am thinking, honestly, I can just have, like, a very simple struct here. This doesn't need to return, like, refs or anything like that. This can just be a little struct there. So the param is a pointer to a parameter. And I already have these things as a p param no, core model. Okay, hold on. It's PM param. The points would just be an iterator of I don't right now, it's just an iterator. I take M. Should I make those items that we don't have to copy? But it doesn't really make a difference. If I use an iterator, it will copy and then just kind of... The compiler will optimize everything anyway. Yeah, I think we can just return them directly. And so then the points are just that. Okay, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Remember, this is those two things. And then we just need to add that to the model here. Part deformer, ArtMesh. Let's make them in the same order. And then we need to implement these in model here. And so the limits here will be the same as the would be this one. We have something similar here for the form. Pair map set, ref views. I know it's the same as pair maps. So this would be, sorry, not this one. This is blend form map. Yeah, sorry, we're missing limits. As blend by limits, From map view. Alright, so you said 0. This is the one that just has 0 and 1, and 0 is the param. Okay, yeah. It's a blend form map view. Yes, you said 0 dot. And weight limits. Okay, that's not. It should be views. Okay, it does work. It's just the autocomplete doesn't know how to do this. Like it says it's not a macro. Okay, limit limits views. Yes, so it's be limit limits views, and that's a limit ref. So we do this kind of thing. And you do enter iter, and then you do I dot, and the ref is a dot limit into ref collect. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and core, what we did for the param maps is ITM param map. And it's an import deref. Oh, it's not ITA then. This is a ITM deref self models model. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just gonna be a really complex type. There's a deref that derefs into a blend weight limit. And yeah, it's just gonna be this really gnarly type. And so then in model, how does this not match with the core? Ah, because that has to be view. Yes, that's it. That's it. Derefs into view. There you go. Yeah, Clippy will be sad. Well, what am I supposed to do? Once I start using Clippy, it's gonna hate me so much. I don't know why this has to be a vec, actually. I thought this might work without the collect. Yeah, it does seem to work. I think I don't need the vec anymore. I think that was from when I had an issue with the or the lifetimes, but you don't need that anymore. Let's make sure this builds. Missing blend weight limit. Yeah, we need the blend weight limit in here. And we don't have the blend weight limit done properly. Oh, because we haven't learned the type yet. Yeah, so once we have the blend form maps, we need to add the blend weight limit. Which is going to be much simpler. That's just one of these. And we need parent, which is just a pointer, so that would be by ref. No, not by ref. It's a item ref. But not optional. Yes. Okay. that does param. And then for points, for that we do need to iterate and return the little structs. So it'd be self dot points views dot into iter dot map pt dot and then it says pt dot yeah, it says f value and f weight, and that's all. Oh, is it weight or limit? Value weight is what I have. Yeah, value weight, sorry. There, that gives us the points. And then why is this complaining? Because we have an extra there. Okay, good. Okay, that compiles. And now let's implement this one. Custom derived macro. Yeah, I mean, I could use, if I start doing proc macros, that'll be a whole thing. But I'm really trying not to, you know, just go that far. So you have the extension of this post track you just face. Live2D doesn't really care about what you track. It's generic. It's just parameters. What you animate and where you get the data, that's up to you. Okay, so yeah, now let's try to implement this one in the driver code. So in the driver, what we need is basically to add a limit to everything. So I think we have this here, blend.limits. Yeah, we have the limits. Let mat limit, and it's really just a weight limit for, let me think about it. Since the weights are added for both, let me just double check, but it seems kind of obvious that if I have something in between this, yeah, it starts going from there. So and then, because we can iterate through these, we made them iterable, we can actually just get the UID and look this up in an array. And have a state map here. Yeah, I don't use AI, and there's actually good reasons why I don't use AI for this particular project, for legal reasons. Because it's a reverse engineering project. Okay, so yeah, let's just add a little map here so we can reuse the limits, make it a little more efficient. So what we want to do is, and also simplify the code a bit. Parent map, blend parent map, form ArtMesh proof test. Okay, so we do the land limit item state, land limit state, and this will be just a single weight. And so when we do the drive, we can just iterate through those and figure them all out. So let's do that first. After updating the parameters, any parameter that was unclean will be where was that done? Where did we clear those at? You did it here. Okay, yeah. Param for map. Yeah. So any parameter that changed will affect all the limits that changed. So we should also have a clean flag for the limits. Because then that will drive whether we have to recalculate any items. So for every limit, if it's not clean, L dot I should say updated equals true. Instead of clean, let's call it updated. Blend limit dot lookup. Actually, no, just dot get limit dot uid dot Did I actually? I forgot if I had the collections having the get item. Did I do that? Nah, this is get. I think. Oh, I did implement index, sorry, so I can just do that. Limit.uid dot updated doesn't matter because that's only for the check, but then wait. You can just say wait equals wait dot main of that wait. And then we multiply the weight times this. Actually, this can be in here because it's the only thing. Ambiguous limit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that does that, and now we just need to update that value. So anytime that, I should just say if not param clean, I'll just say updated true, and else l.updated equals false. So if it was updated, we are going to basically do this kind of thing for the limit. Now the tricky thing is this is actually the first and last and iter thing here is this is an array. I might just collect them and then do stuff with them. It's not going to be that inefficient. So I need to do this zip thing. I could no, actually this might work if I do a zip with if I do a this might work. If I do L dot points dot into iter and then zip it with again L dot points dot and then into iter and then there should be like a skip one or something like that. Yeah, skip 1. And then I need the parent value, right? So, and it's gonna just be this can just be this. So then we can say if param dot value if it equals b, okay, this doesn't matter with the I, you don't need the enumerate, so it's just a b, sorry. And yeah, we just interpolate between those. So if the value is between the first one and the second one, and we can just say the weight is because this is if they go out of bounds for some reason, we can say the weight starts at yeah, if we can say if param.value is less than l.points.into iter yeah, we can just say actually if this is less than if it's greater than b, then we just set it and break. Otherwise, if it's less than a, that should never happen, that it's less than a. Because it should always have 2. If param value is less than star a, it's just a dot value. Then we throw a warning here. We should verify how this works in Live2D actually. Let's do a quick verification of that. If we go to test param here, and so these parameters have a weight limit map. It goes 1, 0, 0. If we make the parameter go from -1 to 3, what happens? Yeah, so minus does nothing. And then at 2, it just stays at max. So if we make it 0.5 at the first point, is it gonna go towards 0? Actually, let's make it 0.7. So is it gonna interpolate linearly, or is it gonna extrapolate? Is it gonna just go towards 0? Is it if we make this 1.0, is it gonna stick there for that one? Let's see what happens. Okay, so limit 1. If at 0 it should be at 0.7 it should be 1. Sorry, it's at 0.7, 1.0, okay. And then it goes to 0, yeah. No, that doesn't, I did this backwards, sorry. At at 0 it should be 0.7. And then just say 0.5 for the second one there. Okay, so now this is 0.7 at 0, which you can see there. And if I go to 1, we go to 0. Okay, it just sticks. It's the edge value. Yeah, it's just the edge value. There's yeah, that's kind of the simple solution I expected. I don't know what happens if they're not sorted, but that would be an invalid model anyway. So then in that case, what we basically do is, if the value is less than A, which should never happen, then we just return the A value. Mstate st.value equals a.weight and break. Else if parent.value, and then yeah, we can just set the weight to the last one in this case, essentially. So you can just the L points and then into iter last unwrap dot weight. Else if it's greater than a equal to a dot value and less than b dot value, then st dot weight is equal to a dot weight. You don't have a lerp. We do have a lerp. This is in glam. Oh, that's convenient. B dot weight and s would be so t equals parent dot value minus a dot value. Does glam have, hold on, glam float. There's to be some fun stuff here. Lerp, oh, inverse lerp, excellent. There's an inverse lerp, a, b, v. Exactly what I want. This is a right. This is slow text. Like that. And that needs an and. There we go. So that should do that. So very good editor. I like it. It works. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for the weight limits. And now I found that lerp thing. Actually, I can do the same thing here. Makes that a little easier. And finally, we have to do invalidation for this. So for any limit that was changed, actually, I guess update it. I guess it could check if the value has changed here. Yeah, a little more optimal. So we can just say this has to be in here. So for invalidation, we would need to check both in the ArtMeshes and basically anywhere we do a deformer. So I can calc deformer. It's checking the param maps. If it's not clean, change true. And then we need to check the blend param maps clean. And the blend param maps have yeah, we can do the blend weight limit on those actually. Which basically means we do a for map in model dot blend pair maps map dot key points neutral index UID. No, it's not the pair maps, it's the limits. The limits are for the mappings. That's annoying. These are in. It's a blend form map. It's here. Oh my gosh, I forgot to close this. I'm so sorry. I forgot to. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I opened it for ice and I completely forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I went to get ice and I forgot. I'm sorry. The default trait is a trait that gives you the default value for something. So if something has a default value, like 0 for numbers, it'll implement default. Yeah, you can probably, if you want to try to cook some of it, it should be fine. If it's still frozen, it's fine. Check if it's frozen. If it's still frozen, it's fine. It was open for, yeah, 2 hours. I'm so sorry. Okay, so that'll take care of the invalidation for deformers, and then we need to do it for art meshes. I think that's in here. Yeah, okay, then we do it. Not change, repair maps. Blend for maps into iter. Do I need into iter? I think that just works without into iter. Yeah, you don't need the into iter. Maybe I do need the into iter? If that's some, that's why. Right. And for those, you can just do flatten. Because that'll do an iter for the option and then flatten it down. Yes, okay, that works. Which means I can do the same thing here, actually. Yeah, it's easier that way. I should use a little closure here. Self is a... Can closures have impl parameters? I'm not sure. I guess they can. No, I guess that doesn't work. Yeah. I could have a function, but then I can't have change. I need to check the blend limits. Yeah. Okay. Check if them. This might work. This is a... Not indexing the item state? What? Why? Hold on. Where's blend from map? I do have that already. Okay. It needs to be the T blend form. Oh, it needs to be a blend form map. Okay. Okay, hold on. This needs to be... No, that doesn't work. Hold on. What? To blend for map. And then just grab driver as B as item model. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is more complicated than I expected. Wait, I should probably just elide the types on some of this. I'm not sure if I can do that. And it was a lifetime on that. No, hold on. In the where clause. This is this. Okay, and then the problem is blend form map. That's not working. I'm trying too hard. About blend form map model. Ah, there we go. That works. Okay, yeah. So that's slightly better. And I guess I could just use change there, but then I still need to break, so fine. And this probably is not going to work if I just like elide or anything, right? No, it really doesn't like that. So it's slightly better than before, but some nonsense type. Okay. How do functions enforce and parents to have certain traits like this with the if you do impl or you in this case just use a generic parameter and since it has to implement the blend form map. Does that mean this lifetime? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Let me just make sure this still compiles. So let's try running it on. I need to get zip up the new model. Let's do it in here. And it's very empty. Okay, that did not work. Oh, because it didn't do the draw order stuff. Okay, yes. Let me add that from the test route stuff because my renderer does need the draw order function to do the right thing. That needs to be from test route. And the items are the viz and cursor. So it's viz and cursor. And whatever. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're missing the background. Yeah, that's quite broken. That is quite broken. Did I break it with my mono or did I break blends in general? No, the blends do work. These for ArtMesh. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna have to add more debug. I think I have it set to not show the... Yeah, I have it set to info. It's set the max level to debug. Nope. Okay. Let's just add some prints. Okay, that's clearly broken, but I see how it's broken. My lerp thing here is not doing what I want it to. Okay, now it's doing something. Okay, so this part is fine. Oh, why is that red? Oh, that's weird. Oh, because the... Hold on. The color is being added. The color is being added. It's supposed to be 0 for the color in that one. And that means that Live2D is probably clamping the colors before sending them off to the GPU. Because the color there is supposed to be... we're supposed to we want the black color for both of these, actually. Screen black, mode white, and then we need a black 2, mode black. Screen black 2. And then in the forms here, we need to set those colors. Because these are additive, I think. Yeah, because it's still the same color here. And so mine should now not do that. So I just need to clamp that before I send it off to the GPU. Now it's different. Huh? Did I not save? No, what happened here? Yeah, now they are set to 0. Oh wait, opacity. Opacity is also supposed to be 0 for these forms. Yeah, so I need to clamp a lot of these things. Yeah, okay, so now this is still doing the right thing, and then these limits still do the right thing. Okay, yeah, now it's right. So the opacity was... Those need to be clamped, so let's do that. Motor-S. That's more of a render thing, but I guess it could be in here. In the visual. I can just do it in the ArtMesh at the end, probably. Yeah, that's probably fine to just do it at the end. I guess I could do it after every apply, but... Yeah, so we saturate the ones coming in from the say mod self. Just saturate everything, and then in mod we can just do that again in the visual vowels. These are already saturated. No, when they get added, they might not be, so... Okay, yeah, so you can saturate on the after the vowels, and that'll give us the right thing. Yeah, so just say pop crate on here. And that should do the right thing. So saturate. And then on the apply, we do need to saturate the screen color, but the others are fine because they're all pre-saturated. Like that. And so then that should fix the situation that I had, where if I run on the old test model without saturation, for example, without any of these, it should still show up the same. Yeah, and now it's all black. Okay, so so the limits do work. Now why is the background not showing? That's strange. If I do and look up, if I look up trace in here, or just do a print when we print the art meshes. If this is debug, it should be showing in debug. Why is it not showing in debug? Is this not a debug build? No? Hold on. If I do set it to... Oh wait, this is for WASM, that's why. Okay. Yes, if I set that to debug, it should give me some more stuff. Yes, okay. Debug. What is it actually doing? Ah, it's cursor changing all the time. It didn't even do anything. Oh, I might know why that happens. I think it's possibly because we just aren't ever updating things that... No, the deformer is almost going to change the first time. Oh, if it has a deformer, if it doesn't have a deformer, then we need to always do it the first time. Right, if it has no deformer and no params, then we need like a state thing. Right. Yeah, so it's because it's not calculating any ArtMesh that has like nothing to ever change it is the issue, I think. Or not? Nope. Self.artmesh. Oh, wait, we're doing a lookup here for updated false. Right. Yeah, why am I setting updated false here and then setting it to... Okay, yeah, there we go. That fixes that. Now, why does it keep thinking the cursor changed when nothing is changing? Oh, why are we doing the deformer twice, even? Yeah, that's already being done there. Oh, but this is probably short-circuiting, so let's do it differently. Change equals, not deformer. And then we don't need to do this twice. There's no parent updates. This should be debug, I guess. Why is it updating the deformer? Blend pair map changed. Why? We're not changing anything. Am I setting on the params for no reason? No, why is the blend param map changing if there's no param changing? Oh, because we never changed the param map. Yeah, we need to clear those out. Okay. For all right, we can iterate these. I guess it needs to be param maps and param maps. I guess we can just set them all here. Get months. I need to unwrap. Yeah, okay, we can just do that, I guess. Okay, yeah, now it only changes when I actually change the parent maps. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. How does it go back? Oh, because that one is the has a way that goes back, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it's doing the right thing. Okay. So let's drop these things. Okay, and then the limit weight thing. Yeah, just take that down. Okay, so that should be it for implementing the parent weight limits. So we can take that off the to-do, I think. Was there one more thing that we were trying to fix? There was no, I think that's it. I think it's everything is doing is the right thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I think think that's it. Okay. So now, next up, I need to do... Let's do the horrible extrapolation thing. So we have a test model for that. It was the test... I think this test warp. Why is that trying to open a CDI3? No, this is just messing with an existing model. This warp extrap is what it was. And of course it breaks. Another integer issue. ArtMesh forms. This default thing again, okay. So now let's look at that crazy extrapolation thing, which we know is this mess. So we need to get this to look the same in Ayagami. So let's do it today, but right now it's not gonna look. It's gonna show just the center, most likely. It shows nothing because we don't have the draw order stuff. Let's just copy and paste that from the test warp. Sorry, from the test param. So now, yeah, okay, this is very broken. Okay, so it's extrapolating by just following the existing square outwards, right? Which is not correct, obviously. So inside this blue line, we have the exact same thing, but then the extrapolation outwards is wrong. So we need to fix the extrapolation. And this is a very gnarly algorithm, which I think I'm going to implement in the least efficient way right now, and then figure out later how to optimize it a little bit. So let's see if we can make sense of that. Extrapolation. So warp state has an end self. I might just throw a cell in here so we don't need to get a mutable thing, because I basically want to cache the extrapolation coordinates, right? So the first question is, do I have the affine transform? Okay, so I have the warp state. Warp state is here. Visual size by vertice scale. So you want the option affine to, and then we can make this a cell so that we can actually not need a mutable state on this one. Do you want a cell or a ref cell? Ref cell might also work. And maybe this is easier for what this is. Yeah, I think the compiler's gonna optimize it anyway. So if we have an affine, do that. Otherwise, you have to calculate it. Let's forget about that for a second. Self affine set AFF. And the only tricky part for warp state is that we need to be able to reset that affine every time we recalculate that warped deformer. So make sure I do that first. In warps, I think we already do that though. Yeah, I just need to set the affine here too. Affine, cell, it's just cell, new, default, none even. Or even just none into. So every time it is recalculated, we reset that and only calculate it when we need the extrapolation. And it says return F is what I want to do. Okay, there we go. So then, okay, if we're missing extrapolation, we can print it like that. So if you have extrapolation, let's just say you have to get affine, and then it should at least print nothing. Yeah, it just does it once. Let me also change the default zoom, or even I can just change the zoom on this whole test model, so it's not that huge. Warp viz -2, -2, 3, 3. Deformer is warp, IDX. Yeah, it has to be big, but then warp should be smaller. Yeah, this should be smaller. I guess I just put a rod on top. A scale. Yeah, I can just put a rod on top. Where's this rod? There's a scale thing I can do. Yes, and just do a scale on top. So now it's much smaller. And it's still quite big. Let's make it much smaller. Okay, yeah, that's better. So we need to make it look like this. Now, if I apply the affine, it should make the outward part look right, and then the interpolation towards the inside is going to be wrong. So first I need to compute that affine transform. I think what we do for this affine transform is something like, let's get the corners first. So I need the size is the uvec2 self-type 0. And then I need the 4 vertices. 0, 0, 1 is size dot x minus 1. Guess I need row in here. Wait, size 0 plus 1? Oh yeah, because it's divisions plus 1. Yeah, okay. So it's actually size.x and then size.y times row plus size.x. Okay, so these are the 4 points, 4 corners. And the center is the average. And then we basically calculate the average x and y advance, which is we do dx equals p00, 1 minus p00 plus p11 minus p10 divided by 2. And then dy would be p10 minus p00 plus p11 minus p01. And so from that we can compute the affine transform. How do we do that? I mean, mat2 dot from calls, I guess. From columns would be giving me the. I always get this wrong. I think this is dx and dy. Either that or it's the other way around. I might have to transpose that. So then, okay, so if we have this affine transform, then we can just kind of cheat here. We can just say star C equals just self.f dot it's just times C. I think that works. Just sorry, f times C. No, that doesn't work. Well, define to bot vec2. Well, no, it's f dot transform, I guess. Transform point 2. Yes, C. Star C. So that should give me the affine transform of the outside. And if I'm right, it should make the outside match. Okay, not quite. But actually, yes, except in the wrong place. I have a scaling issue. Oh yes, I have a scaling issue, but it is the right, it does look right, the right shape. The only problem is that this is not in terms of the C is, what am I doing? These points here. Oh, sorry, because I need to break here is the issue. Continue. Just return, sorry. Yes, okay, so almost. The center is off. The center is it off? Yeah, it is off. The center is, hold on, is it? Yeah, the center looks off, but everything else looks quite... Oh yeah, because the 0.5 is where the points will average at 0.505. We need to like subtract. Yeah, the center is off. But everything else, the actual transform looks fine. So to calculate the center, if you're applying the affine transform on the point and it is 0, 0 at that vertex, we want the translation to be... So this translation is fine. However, we need to first translate the input point by minus 0.5 and minus 0.5, which will put it in the center. From that, let's do it like this. Not quite. Minus 0.5. Yes. Okay, now that looks better. Now that looks much better. So if I'm right, this should actually be exactly equal to this, except for the extrapolation along these edges. So let's see. Let's just do a screenshot and do a visual validation in Inkscape or whatever. Just take a screenshot of that and give me some Inkscape. Your documents. Let's try again. So I put this one here. And give me one for the VTube Studio. This one here. Oh, no, what happened? What? Copy. Oh, right, then, okay, yeah. Need to get that one. we have that. And that's mine. Video Studio. That's Video Studio. Move that to the bottom. And scale it down. And so if I make this like, can I have like a blend mode here or something? No, but I can just make the opacity smaller. Oh yeah, I have blend mode, yeah. I can just multiply. Can I have the scaling, like have like a reference point? I don't know if, I think that's possible. No, it doesn't work for scale, okay. That looks right, look. Yep, that looks right. The outer edge is exactly the same, and everything inside the former is exactly the same. So it is exactly what I thought. I was right about how this is calculated. And now we just need to interpolate. Now we just need to interpolate. Isn't that cool? This crazy stuff actually makes some sense now. Okay, so you don't need to print this anymore. We know that is right. And now we need to stick the to-do out, and now we need to actually apply that. So if we need to extrapolate, we do get the affine transform. Okay. Now the after we do that, we say okay. If any coordinate inside C is greater than 5, we just return this. So if C dot abs dot, actually no, it has to be greater than, it has to be, if anything is less than, yeah, C dot yeah, min element is less than, actually, yeah, min element is less than, and then because this is 5 times the size and this is offset to the left, it would be -2. Or C dot max element is greater than 3. We can just do equal there. Maybe just transform the point and return. Otherwise, this is where it gets interesting. So let's have functions here. Fn point self. I have to say x, y. X is a U size and Y is a U size. And so for that, we're going to just take these points. So we need the I pos size 0 + 1. Okay, you need row, we need all this stuff. And we actually use that to fix this stuff here too. So we need the size, row, size 0, and don't need size. We just need these points. I guess it should be YX. It's like I'm using YX everywhere, and so do I want to use YX? Yeah, because that's fine. Yeah. And then we can do the same thing here, right? Self point. IPOS. I guess we should use a... use as vector makes more sense. Y. Yeah, I guess as use as vector, we can just do that here. Yeah, I think this works. I assume the compiler knows how to optimize that. I'm not sure. I hope so. Yeah, it says XY1, so it would be like that. So nothing should have changed now. This is just some refactoring. Oh, because those points are being... No, what happened there? That's wrong. That's not supposed to happen. Okay, no, this is that check there. Why is it doing that? I think it's because it didn't saturate it. Okay, oh, whoa. Oh, yeah, because that's... Okay, yeah. So, it's because it once it's outside the... Hold on. Our pause, see the RF size. No, this is clamped. Hold on, what's going on here? So inside, oh, no, it was right. This is just the weird extrapolation it's doing. You know, sort of, it is right. It's just this is not the. It's not the intended extrapolation, but it was doing that from the beginning. Okay, so that's fine. There's nothing broken other than what's not implemented yet. So now, now how do I actually make this a little bit reasonable to interpolate? So if I'm doing the self.point thing, and I'm lerping between those points with the fpos. The problem is that now I have a, I need to kind of know what quadrant I'm in. I kind of need to know what quadrant I'm in. And, essentially... Let me think. I need to... I'm trying to not, like, write out, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like, 8 different versions of the code. I think what I need to do is... do this by dimension. Basically, what I need is to calculate the point. Okay, there's two things. One is I can make the self.point thing return the affine transform for anything less than or greater than, and return the right value for that. And then I need the fpos thing to also work. Okay, let's try writing this out. If c dot x is less than 0, then the then we need to know the... These are on the left side of the extrapolation, right? If we're on the left side of the extrapolation, then the points to extrapolate against would be yeah, we do basically do the chords separately. So if c dot x is less than 0, we know the point x coordinates will be in the affine transform. Which means the input to the affine transform lookup is going to be the -2. Yeah, so let's say let's x edge x equals hold on, I need to look up the x and then look up the y. Because I'm interpolating in squares, so... What's the reason way to write this? Okay, maybe I can use this rpos and ipos. And fpos. So we have ipos. You would say, you just write it out and then see if I can simplify. Okay, so p00 let's say let p00. Does this work in Rust? It doesn't work. Then p00 would be self. No, this would be the affine. So this would be we need like the affine y in here first. Yeah, okay, so this is a little complicated. Yeah, so IPOS is clamped. So in this case, the IPOS is going to be correct for the right side. Do I want to use self.point on this? If I clamped it bigger than size, then I can use self.point on this, but it'll be rpos as uvic2, and then like an ivic2 for self.point. Okay, let's do a extra point I size vec2. It's not I size vec2. Where's climb? There is an I size vec2. Extract point, and then we basically say if is less than 0, we're gonna put an assert here. pt.x is greater than or equal to -1, and pt.x is less than or equal to. Actually, we need that. We don't really need that because we're gonna do the float thing separately anyway. Okay, let's see how to do this. Let's put the assert in here too. Assert pt.x is less than or equal to self 0. So for extrapolation, we need basically we're gonna like clamp out to the fine. Okay, let's just say if ptx is less than 0, I don't know if this is gonna work. If ptx is less than 0, then we are going to py is less than 0, then we return self.fine dot yeah, we just transform here, right? So this would be transform point 2 vec2, and so the this would be the top left. So minus 2 minus 2. Else if pt.y is greater than 1, so is greater than self.size dot 1, else transform okay, that makes sense. If the point is out of bounds, then we're gonna get, if it's like x is minus 1, then we are getting the yeah, we need like a clamp essentially. Yeah, I think we can do it like this. Okay. Ix equals, if int is less than 0, it's minus 2. Else if pt.x is greater than self.size.0, then it would be 3. Else pt.x, and then this is already this is in the range 0 to self.size of 0. So what we actually want is I'll find this divided by 1 by self.size 0. Okay, like that. So this will give us the if the point is outside bounds in the x direction, then the point will be the outside of the affine transform. Otherwise, it'll be -2 in the x direction, just the outer edge. So what we're doing here is getting this point if x is less than 0, and this is the integer. So if we are out of bounds in this direction, the coordinate will be this point. Otherwise, it will be the affine transform multiplied by, so it's like this edge here, right? Divided by the size. So the size, if this is 10, then this is 0 to 1, just how the affine transform is being mapped. And then otherwise, this will be 3. So it starts at 0, this is 1, 2, 3, that point. And then y is the same thing. And then we actually need to check for inbounds. So, if pt.min element is greater than or equal to 0 and pt.max element is less than or equal to actually no, pt is less than or equal to no, pt.y is less than or equal to self size 1, so yeah, I is less than or equal to self. So if it's all in bounds, we actually return the points. So this should actually work. So if it's in bounds, we return the actual mesh point. Otherwise, return a point on the edge of the affine transform, which means it's affine transform point vec2 ix iy. And that means we can just put this here. So now what you need is an IPOS. You're gonna put these back here. Put these. Let's put this in an else block. So you're gonna have two completely separate paths, mostly for optimization, because we don't want to mess around with the extrapolation thing here. So if c.min element, we can change this to a little better, is less than 0, or c.max element is greater than 1, then we extrapolate. Get a fine. Okay, so we do self extract point. So this is gonna be the same as this, but with slightly different clamping. We do the same thing, but instead of clamping to 0, we clamp to uvec2. As ivec2. And size is ivec2. This makes more sense like this. I mean, the compiler's gonna do that. Okay. So if it's out of bounds, then we check that, and then we have the R pause and the I pause. So this is actually clamping out. And then the problem is that actually the scaling we want for this one is different. What we want, if it's out of bounds, oh, sorry, different one. So these will fetch the right coordinate points, but now we need the actual interpolation factor between those. And for that, we need to do something different with this IPOS thing. Essentially, this part here is different, right? So we'll do let fx equals if IPOS.x is less than 0. Then it'll be c.x. And it'll be like a reverse lerp, right? Minus basically minus c.x, and it needs to be multiplied by 2 because it extends 2 units to the left. Else if IPOS.x equal then it'll be c.x minus 1. Sorry, times 2? No, divided by 2, because it's minus, yeah, 0 to 1, so divided by 2. Otherwise, the interpolation will be minus 1 divided by 2. minus c dot x? No, c dot x, plus 2 divided by 2. Else, does c dot x minus I pos dot x. That's a 32. Wait, R pos is multiplied by f size. Yeah, so it's we just see that it is the so it'd be R pos dot x minus I pos dot x as 32. Yeah, that makes sense, because that's the scaled one. And the same for fy. So what's going on here? It's I sides. Fy, I pos dot y is less than 0, so things that y. I should just use this here, and this have is let mutable. Mute fos. And size is what? I guess it's a view vector, yeah. you so much. That made me stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you. I think then this is correct after we do this. And then we just do this weird interpolation here. Well, let's see if that works. Well, it definitely didn't work. Oh, but actually, only the bottom triangles are wrong. The top triangles are right. Some of them, anyway. Okay, what happened here? Some of it actually looks right. Yeah, this part looks right. Okay, how did I mess up the second half? Oh, because of this FPOS inversion, which is... hold on. RPOS... Yeah, okay, what's going on here? RPOS... Hold on. The bottom right corner is wrong, is the problem. P11 is wrong. For everything. Why just that one? Also, this is weird. I thought it was supposed to... Oh, it's actually extrapolating outwards from here. Okay, I have an issue with the... Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, there's something really broken. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm back, and I think I have a slightly better idea. Okay, so first of all, it makes more sense to transform the input points first. If c.x is less than 0, C, let's call it C, T equals star C. If c.x is less than 0, so mut ct.x, and we divide by essentially we want this to be one grid element wider, right? So we divide by self.size dot, or it'll just be f size dot x 2 times f size dot x. Else if ct.x is greater than 1, ct.x okay. So if it's greater than 1, then we subtract 1 and divide by 2 times f size dot x, and then add 1. How do we simplify that? Actually, I can just operate on rpos. Hold on, so over here, rpos on is scaled by f size. Yeah, we can just calculate IPOS based on this. Yeah, okay, so it's rpos c times f size. If rpos, so basically put this here, right? If rpos.x is less than 0, then rpos.x is equal to c.x plus 2 divided by 2. Does that make sense? Now, c.x plus 2 divided by 2 minus 1. Okay, that's where I had a bug here. Yeah, opposite c.x plus 2 divided by 2 minus 1. Wait, so c.x just... Hold on, I'm done. Is this c.x divided by 2? Am I just being silly? Yeah, c.x divided by 2. Yeah, makes sense. Because it would be minus 1 at minus... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yes. Otherwise, if rpos.x is greater than or equal to size i.x, f size.x, and it is greater than, and then c.x minus 1 divided by 2 plus f size.x. Yeah, which means we end up with if you're advanced, we end up with a minus 1 representing the expanded area, the distance from the to the outer perimeter, which is what we want. And then the same thing for y here. Okay, so if rpos y is less than 0, y is c.y divided by 2. Otherwise, rpos.y, f size.y, rpos... Okay, I think this is where I messed up earlier. Y equals c.y, f size.y. So now this is correcting the floating point position of the point. Let's do mod then. And then we can just compute IPOS normally, and this should already be clamped. And we clamp it to size I because we want to make sure it doesn't go off the right side. And then the rest of it is just normal. So this will already compute FPOS correctly. And everything else. Okay, I think that makes more sense. Not quite. Okay, so what happened here is now we have everything compressed into that corner and then somehow... Okay. So I want an assert here. Min element 0 and pos max element 1. If this fire did something wrong. Okay, it fires. I'm doing something wrong here. Okay, this FPOS is wrong. IPOS, yeah, why is IPOS 0, 0? Oh, because the rounding is... I need a floor, not a clamp. Ah, that's why. No, it's not floor, it's not round... Is it like it towards 0 or something like that? Ah, that's why I'm messing this up. That's why I'm messing this up. Well, then, you know, what if I just make these integers instead of I size? And you say equals 0 to that. ETX 0 as usize. Actually, this set the size as a usize. We're using that everywhere. This is a tuple. It's like from 0 from tuple. You know what? I should just make that return something better than that. Let's change the type in core. Size. Just add this return of UX too. And now here, let's fix that size mess here. Size is this warp side. And 0 by 2. get rid of all these casts. Why is it 32? Okay, so now we have this clamped, and okay, so first of all, the regular path is just using rpos, as we said, vector clamp 0 to size -1, which can just be self.size, and to -1 because we want the eye size to not exceed the right side, and then fpos is just that. Okay, good. So for this one, let's drop size. Okay, I think this math is correct. And then ipos is just rpos as, and then I need to do rpos +1. Oh wait, this is x divided by 2. No, that is correct, yes, because it's negative. So you say rpos +1. And then we come from 0 to, and this is important, we are expanding by 2. So before we're clamping to the size -1, so it's like self.size +1. Okay, that might actually make some sense. Still very broken, okay. What's going on here? At least it's not asserting. Let me fix the... No, wait, pt.y. Hold on. Equals to 0. This is wrong. And this needs no parentheses there. There's no row there. Okay, we're back to the top left part is good and the other side is bad. Let's remove this stuff we're not using. So what's going on here with this vec2 thing? rpos is supposed to be correct by now. Let's see what happened. So yeah, we're back to the bottom right point being wrong. But the F pause is correct. Because the F pause is correct because otherwise the top left would be wrong. So that means that either this point is wrong, which seems unlikely given this math is like reasonable like that, or it's just this math here is wrong. Okay, so this point this one's in the right place, and then it jumps up over there. It's every single triangle in the extrapolation area. Hold on, is this broken for the regular one? Did I just... Oh, well, okay. Never mind. The formula is just wrong in both cases. Why is this wrong? Yeah, that would do it. R pause is that gonna... Okay, so we take the R pause as the inverse of F pause. Oh, because I had F pause there. Okay. Yeah, that's dumb. That should fix the inside. And it does. Okay, okay. Sally bug. I should have used the same binding here. There we go. And now we just set self bilinear. And that should be the exact same as what VTube Studio has. Almost, actually. It's not right. There's something wrong at the top here. There's something wrong, but we're close. So somehow interpolating the very edge is a little off, but just a little off. Just a little off. Which means my extract point function is wrong. But it's close. Feels like the middle here is off by 1. Which seems likely. Oh yeah, this is wrong, of course. Because this is dy minus 1. That looks much better. That looks much better. That looks way better. Look at that. Exactly the same. Look at that. The crazy extrapolation algorithm. It works. And it was exactly what I expected. Like, I knew what the algorithm was. I just had trouble implementing it. Yeah. All right. That was quite a ride. Let's commit some stuff. So let's just replace the size stuff. Yeah, we can just do that. Yeah, let's do the extrapolation first because it's easier. That should work. Why is this less key thing not working? I thought I had this. Go to line, go to end. Oh, I need page up and page down. I had like beginning and end, right? Yeah, okay. I want page up and page down to work. But it's because it's okay, yeah. Shift page up and shift page down. Okay, I can deal with that. Actually, can I just change that in the terminal? Because I usually want like shift page up to shift page down to be the scroll. Let's fix that in my terminal. Keyboard. don't have the page up and page down here. You can just redo it, I guess. Okay, so the key is page up, shift, action, scroll page up, and then I do page down, modifier, shift, action, scroll page down. That didn't work. It does work. Okay, shift page up, shift page down, and then I need like the input for that. I don't know what that is though. Yeah, what about so the 5 tilde. Down, none, actions and text. There's like escape. That 5 tilde. And I don't know what the other one is. No, okay, I'll just look it up. Scroll page down is... Oh, is it 6? Okay. Yes, page down, and... Why did page up go? Huh? Shift page up. Scroll page up. I think that works now. Yes, okay, now I have my page up and I can do shift on here. Good. That's what I wanted because I like my less to have pages. Okay, good. Make sure I have sign off on that. Okay. This is the only render of the panel if there's a model loaded. Commits. Don't need that. And I probably should have that too. Okay, so let's add the blend weight limit stuff. Now we don't need those. This is different, but we need this one for the ArtMesh. The commit. Okay, and now let's just do some misc cleanups. Not that, not that, not that, not that. Oh, we don't need the deformer flow text? No, yes we do, because we're adding the lerp. No, we don't need that one. And now the saturation stuff. Yeah, this is annoying to split up. Let's just do it all together. Okay, and then I think you don't need any more of those, so just clear these. Okay, I wish there was a revert all files thing in Sublime. Anyway, alright. So, we need to implement parts. One nice thing that I need to figure out is the part, there's a blend form thing for parts, and for, glue, and I never checked which one is which, because we never confirmed whether this exists in the, like how this exists in Live2D, so I think we can do a quick test of that. We have test param. Test blend part.py, for example. The part which is more interesting. Part has in the forms, part form has, okay, that's just depth, but that's easy enough to test. So we can just use that one. But then there's to be part of the render groups, which is interesting. It's an interesting question. But we can do that. Yeah, we can verify that that actually works. So we can just say this parent test, let's call it test parts. So in test parts, we will do a, oh gosh, there's a lot of stuff here for the blend params. We don't need the limits. I'm not doing any of these limit stuff. We do want to draw items. We can just have the viz and the cursor. We don't need any rot forms. We do need a key point array at some point, and we can just say that one is 0 to 1, make it easy. Array. We don't have a blend form array. Let's keep these separate for now. We do want a param. That will just be max 1, min 0, default 0, test param. And we didn't look at the snap type, so it might be nice to look at. Key point, SBK key point, blend shape true. Yeah, we have VBKA, and okay. So now we can do some depth stuff. We can change the depth of an ArtMesh, but that's not terribly interesting. Let's try to do it for a part. So we have one item, and we're gonna set the depth of the of these ArtMesh forms. Let's set them to warp viz equals 500 and test as 500 and cursor as 500. And then 0, 1. So you can have a cursor, and we don't care about deformers. And the cursor can just be at at 5.5 of size 1.1. And so we're drawing first the visualization, then the cursor. So right now, they should just draw them in that order and not care about the params. Test part. So now we have that cursor in the middle, and there's no weird layering going on. Cursor is after. So now, what if we want to sort these? If we want to sort these, so one thing we can do is if we set the cursor depth to say 400. Then it goes behind. So that works. The sorting works. And now let's see what happens with a part. So we're going to create a part. Test part, and we will say cursor.iPart equals part.idx. So we assign the cursor to a part. And a part has an ID, and then these are all going to be 0 for now. These need to be default. And this is the -1 by default. So by itself, that shouldn't do anything. Which it doesn't. Now we we'll add a blend form array with two forms. Pform A equals mock.add part form, and pform B. Pform A.depth equals 400, and pform B.depth equals 600. And then we set this to p form a, 2 forms, 1 blend form array, and then array set I part. It'll be part blend form array set is put these at the top. And this is blend, so actually arm A should be 0 and B should be 100, and it adds. Let's do 200 and set the base. Actually, no, let's do minus 100, minus 200, and set the base part depth to oh, that needs a form. Yeah, part dot I part forms equals we need a part form. How do we do that? Form at part form p form dot depth equals what did we have before? I think it was 600 index, and part dot count part forms equals 1. So the part just has 1 form of depth 600. And then we'll subtract 200 from that when we blend in. Where do we get the type? Somewhere here. I part is part dot index. Is this use Live2D or is it a separate program? Yes, we are. No, we are. I'm rewriting Live2D. I'm re-implementing Live2D in Rust from scratch. Okay, so now this is there, and there should be a parameter which doesn't do anything. And so now we need to add a draw group that actually is a part draw group, and we will put the cursor in that. And I don't know if this has to go in the beginning or in the end of the list of draw groups. I've never actually seen a model that uses this feature. Oops, I just closed the test parts. It's here. So it would be nice to figure that out at some point. So the draw items would be just 1, total ArtMesh count 1, min depth, that doesn't actually matter as far as I know. But the important part is I draw items would be the cursor, which is di. And then this one would be, actually, we'll do it the other way around. We'll do viz first as di, and then dia a, just going to dip for the part. And so the child type here needs to be set to part iChild is okay. So I guess if we are adding them in order, we would be doing first the first we draw the item for the visualization. Then we create the draw group. Okay, no, so we need to do this. The items need to be contiguous, which means that we need to first do the cursor. Yes, use the cursor. And then we can create a draw group. By the draw items is DAC.IDX. We have 1 draw item, total rush count 1, min depth, okay. And then we can say, okay, DAP is the draw item of the, so then after that we're drawing the viz, DI. So DDC for the cursor. So then we are drawing DI, the child, and the, and then we draw the part. And so the part is part.idx. And so then the top level draw group has 2 draw items and 2 art meshes. And I think that makes sense. Okay, so now the thing is on top. Is it gonna change position depth when I move it around? It does not. Okay, so first let's see if it's actually listening. Oh, I just closed Video Studio. It's not supposed to do that. First let's see if it's actually listening to the depth of the part. If I set this to 400, is it gonna go under or not? It's not, okay. Is it using the actual cursor depth? So if I make the cursor 400, it's not going anywhere. If I make it 600, it's not going anywhere. Okay, so that's not sorting. Let's go back and change these as... Let's comment this out. Just make sure that the cursor is still being sorted properly. So this is draw item, iChild, viz, idx, and then the cursor. Now it's on top. And if I make this 400, okay, now it's on the bottom. So the cursor depth is working. Now, if I add just the part with no blend forms, let's get rid of the blend form stuff. So get rid of all that. And we say we just have a part with depth 400. And so then we do this whole thing here, put it inside a part. The cursor inside a thing with a child type part, iChild, dip dot iDraw groups. We need that. What? Sorry, I'm gonna eat. I'm sorry. Okay, now it's on the back. One second. If I take 600 here. Okay, it does work, yes. It's on front and back. And then if I enable this blend stuff. I think I just forgot the other thing before. Yes, it works. Okay, so it is exactly what I thought. It does just work. So I had it right. Okay, let me just eat. I should eat something.
You're very bad kitten.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Really good. Look. Remember the crazy thing here?
Yeah.
I copied it exactly the same.
すごい。
Like, if I went normal. There's mine.
Is it burned?
It's good.
That's the last time I need sausage. If we don't get more, we don't have more sausage.
Okay.
It's okay. This is no pressure. No pressure. When are you gonna be done?
So I have
a pen. I have an apple. Oh.
where am I? I need to do this, which is really easy. Actually, this doesn't do anything. This is just I need to do sorting first and then parts. No, I can do parts. Okay, never mind. Anyway, I have some relatively easy stuff to do now. And then the last thing is physics, which I get the feeling I'm not gonna get to today, so we'll see.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I mean, I'll be done at some point.
Tomorrow?
No.
Try my shrimp. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Try it. It's all cold now. I'm mad.
I'm sorry. Still good. I see.
And I put cheese on the baguette.
Mm-hmm.
There's still half a baguette in the fridge.
Okay.
Feed me when you're hungry again.
Okay.
Okay.
I see.
大好き。
I tried to improve its performance, make it work different. I am just rewriting it as an open source framework because Live2D has really, really bad licensing that forbids open source projects from using it in production and stuff like that. So I want a replacement that is not bound by that crazy license.
これが欲しい。
What am I eating? It is cheese toast, Taiwanese sausage, and some like shrimp stew thing that Cyan made. Mm-hmm. Leave the rest for later. Okay, so parts are relatively silly, right? We have this part stuff. The only thing it really has is the visibility flags and apparent, and the only thing the forms have are the depth. So I actually don't know how part trees work. When you have a parent, does it also... It should also clear the... It should inherit these visibility flags, right? So let's... Let's just implement this. It's going to be really boring. And then once we have that, we can do the depth thing. So in mod, it's basically gonna work like the deformers. You basically need a like the calc warp and calc deformer. We just need like a calc part, and that drives up the tree. So I need a part state. Struct part state, and it's just visible art meshes. And I mean, these are just fixed anyway, so it doesn't. But I guess if they because they apply recursively, we want to cache them like this: visible deformers, bool, and depth of 32. And I can just import and apply. That is really obvious. We apply state. Other that visible art meshes equals if not self visible art meshes false, if deformers. That's all that's gonna go on with that for the recursion. And so then we can just do a I guess we need a dirty and changed flag. No, we don't, because it doesn't even inherit the it doesn't even inherit anything. The only thing that can change is the depth. And we could just have an updated flag for the depth. So if the depth is updated, then actually it doesn't even matter. I think for now what I might do is just if any part if any depth changes, we're gonna recompute the order. Which means I can just put that in here. In driver. So now, we just need to do this calculation. So get form set, calc rot, calc corp, calc deformer. I think you can just copy a bunch of this. And it'll be a little simpler than intended. So change or to change. Okay, deformer clear. If the part tree change, we also clear the parts in this case. Calculate everything. Calc part. See part A. Part lookup. Part UID. And essentially it's not lookup. What we really want is because the visibility ones cannot change. So if self.part dot contains key part.uid. Yeah, so if we don't have anything catched to the part yet, we just inserted. Insert part.uid. So we can just say check the parent here. Part not parent. Part model parent. And then we just take the state from that, UID. Part. And then we have the parent. PSC.apply. ST. And then we just insert put this at the top. ST. So then we can get the state if the depth has changed. So to do that, we check the pair maps for parts. If it has changed, okay, we need to check the blend formats, but we only have one single one, so we can just do it directly. Blend for maps, Twitter, flatten. You can optimize this a little bit and just do it only if it's not changed. And equals true. Break. Them. And then we just say if it has changed. Has not changed, return false. And then we just need a depth. And also, if you're doing it the first time, we need to recalc, so... In this case, we changed equals true. So if nothing has possibly changed, return false. Otherwise, they take the state, update part. Let's call this info, update part, ID. And in this case, we need to set self.recalc order equals true. If we do that the first time. Part ID. And then we need to actually do the calculation for that, and we can steal that from blend from glue, because glue was really easy. It was doing this compatibility, blend values, weights, yeah. Basically that same code. And I guess if it's out of range, we should actually probably hide that entire part. Which means we should actually recompute the whole parent thing in that case. I'm not sure if that happens, actually. Let's try it. If we add... if we're outside this range of the key points, if we say it's 2 to -1... does it disappear? And then we have to do the same thing with the regular params. It does not disappear. For blend, at least. But for non-blend, it might. Set the blend param and then have a regular param. So you have the key point array, and the key points would just be KI key points. No blend shape on this one. And so param 2 needs to have a instead the part dot key point array. So it's two forms, and we say part dot I key point array sets. Key point array set. Okay, so now we have that in theory is here. Now the blend doesn't do anything at the edges, just blends. However, the test param doesn't do anything right now. Okay, that's broken. The test param. Somebody needs a count. No, it doesn't. I key point array sets is just one. Oh, sorry. Class param needs a I key point array. The param needs to actually set the key point array. Okay, that works. And oh, interesting. Out of bounds. Oh, I think I know what happens. What happens is, it's not that it turns ArtMesh off. It's that when a param is out of bounds, I think it just reads the form as like 0. So in the case of the part, what actually would happen is it sets the depth to 0. I think that's what's going on. It's really hacky. Okay, fine. can find out if that's the case by changing the blend parameter to actually add like 600 of depth. Because then that should counter what's going on with the part thing there. Ah, but it doesn't. Oh wait, the blend parameter isn't doing anything right now. Oh wait, it should be -1 too. Okay, hold on. Let's have both. Let's have everything from -1000 to 1000. That's broken. Neutral index should be 1, that's why. Because it's canceling out my 1 there. That works at exactly -1. This is going from 600 to 400 at 1, changing at 0.5. Okay, so once it's out of bounds, the test blend parent doesn't do anything. In either direction. Okay. So I guess once you have a form, once you're out of bounds on the base form, you don't do blends. But I guess it means the depth is just 0 in this case, because that's the only thing that makes sense. And since you don't do blends, you can't fix it in another. Okay, yeah, so it does behave essentially as if it's... Why did I just close it? It does behave essentially as if it's dead. The only interesting one is the parts don't disappear because they don't have any opacity. They just end up as depth 0, I assume. And I guess we can test that by making the cursor depth 0, because if it is, it shouldn't actually... what am I doing? Why? No, not twice. So if I make the cursor depth 0, that did not reload. Did I save? Oh wait, no, the cursor depth doesn't matter. Sorry, the test, the warp viz depth is set to 0. then, okay, now it's always on top. Because you can't go less than 0. And then test param. Oh, so that means it's clamped, because otherwise the blend would be going negative. Which makes sense. And test param. Yeah, it's everything, okay. So if I set this to 1, then it will, yes, then just at minus 6, which is when it cancels out the 600. And if we set this to, yeah, then, yeah. So it's just sending it to 0 and ignoring everything else. Why do I keep closing it? Okay. So let's implement that. Just like that. Updated part, update part. Okay, good. So an interesting question is what happens to... Oh wait, no, opacity is 0, so the opacity... yeah, okay, if the opacity is 0, nothing applies to the ArtMesh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we can figure out what we were doing for the deformers for that. For the deformers, if we are out of range... Yeah, it just returns default, which is the same thing. And then for ArtMesh, Yeah, default invisible state. And for the glue, we also just do that. You okay? Did something happen?
Oh no. Amazon.
Okay.
Grocery.
Lots of stuff.
I'm borrowing your aircon.
Okay.
The living room smells like Chinese restaurant. Can't be there. Smells too good. Hi. Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, that makes sense. So we are doing the right thing. Okay, so now we have the part, calc part, and then we pretty much just you need to check this in deformers. In calc part, change false, change true. And in this case, we actually check the value, so we can just change that. So in Drive, not in Drive, actually, in ArtMesh and in Calc Deformer, do deformers have a visible flag? I think they do. It's in visual, right? Should be right, yes. In Deformer, part, deformer.part, calc part, change true. No, because this part doesn't actually affect the deformer. However, we do want to get the state, the visibility state. Let's return it like that. Yeah, so in the deformer, we can just say that's some part or part. That's Then we just say, oh, that needs to go into the parent, I guess. Yeah, if it's not visible, I guess we can just... no, we just need to calculate it because it could be used for a mask. But we need to set the invisible thing. Calcorp, calcrot, oh, and then I need to have the clean updated sub. No, wait. I need to have a clean flag so that we don't recalc the parts repeatedly. Yeah, we need the clean updated thing again, I guess. Do I need the change for anything? I don't really. Because you don't actually use the change flag for anything. So I don't need to return that. Yeah, so we can just do the same thing in Drive here, where we clear out the clean flag for all the deformers and stuff. For P and model parts. And in this case, we actually just want to do a get. No, we only like a get mod actually. Oh yeah, so get mod should return an option in this case. Yeah, you should just default expect mod. Right, no, this doesn't work. Yeah, that's right. There's a reason for this. Kandinsky doesn't actually make any sense. It makes sense here, but it doesn't really make sense anywhere else. This is wrong. Yeah, we always need to do the parent then in that case. Part state. Yeah, let's copy this from the former. Basically, if look at the SDFT cleans turn, yeah, okay. And modest T and the prepare maps, change true. That doesn't work. The only tricky thing is for deformers, we are doing lookup, if clean, otherwise, we are recreating the state. Yeah, because it defaults to empty. So we don't have that flag for parts, so we need something. let's just say the call this. What do you call this? Because then that means I also messed up the ArtMesh stuff down here, I think. This contains key doesn't work. Let's have an initialized flag. Okay, that makes sense. I think this makes sense. And then we want the former changed. Oh, this doesn't work. Okay. Okay. And that should fix that. And then we need to fix the parts here. So for every deformer, for every part, look it up. PUID and st.clean equals false. Huh?
Do you have extra keyboard? Bluetooth.
This one?
There should be a
This is
blue
not Bluetooth.
one.
The Bluetooth one is somewhere.
There's a
the
blue
Bluetooth
one was
one.
in my iPad.
That I don't know.
Christ.
This is a non-Bluetooth one. The Bluetooth one I tried and I might have put it back.
Okay.
I couldn't use it.
It's okay. I'll use another one. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Oh, do we not have parts in the model? No, we don't. Okay, we need to fix that. Parts. Part. We do have the self part, so that's easy. And here in model, just... I really need to macro this. Parts. So I'm marking them as not clean to check the depths, and then we basically check account part state. If we are not initialized, then we grab these things and check the parent. And set it to true. And I guess just change it goes true anyway. Okay, and then we go through the parent maps and the blend form maps and return. If it hasn't changed, we just return the ST, which do we have that? We are calling things, so we need to. Okay, the border checker is gonna hit me here. No, it's not because we're doing mod ST. But I cannot return, so I need to modify ST here unless it's changed, but it is changed. If we do that, but I do need to set it to true. Yeah, so I just st.cleaning true directly there, and then we are making a copy for modifying later. So part insert. ST if changed. UID. And I guess I can maybe do this a little bit easier here by doing like this. Control. And then you can just insert that here because it's going to be the first time. Okay, so that means we don't need ST anymore until down here where we change if the depth changed. Oh, and then this return problem again. Right, hold on. This is return ST there, but then the borrow checker is going to complain about that because it considers ST have been borrowed there. Okay, I guess I just shouldn't return this. Should I? It's because okay, yeah, it's because of that. I guess I can do it like this. And that one can be just return SD, okay. And then SD thing can just be returned below there. No, because we're gonna store it if it's not changed, so that's fine. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so now we have the part. And now we just need to check the parts for the art meshes. So we can do here. Yeah, so it's if not changed, continue. And we're already checking there's no contains key. Yeah, we need to remove contains key. That doesn't make any sense. It's not supported. Okay, SD does not need to be mutable. Yeah, because it's a reference. Yeah, this whole function doesn't make any sense. It kind of makes sense for param just to let's call it valid index because it makes more sense. That actually maybe contains key. No, sorry. Yeah, maybe contains key. Actually more like, I don't know, what do I call this? This is basically checking whether it's basically a check for existence. It's an, with like the default, what do I call this? Yeah, just key valid, makes sense. Okay, so now back to ArtMesh. We just have to check the part. So this part. And then the same thing for the deformer. Okay, that should take care of the visibility stuff, which I'm too lazy to test, but actually no, I can just test it. Nah, maybe, yeah, I don't know, I can test it. I'm too lazy to test it. Let's just go and check the, I'll go run. Sorry, you got me demo. Let's see if this behaves. Sorry, not, actually, oh wait, this is, not the zipped yet. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we need to implement this sorting to make this make sense. Be right back. Alright, thank you so much. Final Fantasy 5 months. Jibappa, of course, not using an AI agent. Yeah, I don't use AI. Chris, what is Live2D used for? For my model here that I'm moving right now. This is Live2D. Underkia, what a good resources to document. Thank you for the super chat. So it's complicated because, like, depends on what you want to do, right? There's some pretty good tutorials and things, but like, is there something specific you're looking for? I need to remove these print LN things from here. Okay. Calc rot, calc warp, calc deformer, calc part. Okay. I think that's enough for the parts, so now we just need to figure out the depth story. We can test whether the hiding thing does what I expect, I guess. Nah, I'm lazy. Let's just go for the, we have ArtMesh state. Do we want to have a part state? I guess we could have a part state. For the depth, in case the user wants to check the part state directly for some reason. Part state, driven part. I guess we could have an updated flag that's useful for the driven part things. We could keep track of that. Updated depth. So for updated here in the update part, we can just say update true for the one that's first created. Otherwise, we set it here. I guess I can just set this F3 to Nyan, and that way it'll always update. And then same thing with parts. Part in model parts, calc part, model part. I guess we don't really need this updated not initialized thing because it's always gonna be false unless it's not in is change is not initialized or self-perf test mode. I guess the perf test mode should be at the bottom here. Yeah, okay, let's do it like that. And now, okay, let's stop procrastinating and actually do the sorting thing. So we have ArtMesh state and part state, and now we need something that'll return the art meshes in order, or something like something like that. So first we need to actually sort them. Now we don't know how to do the blending stuff from the new Cubism, but YouTube Studio doesn't support that either, so we're not gonna bother with that for now. We're just going to do a flat array of art meshes in order. And to do that, we need to figure out how to like sort them in an interesting way. One thing I don't know is where I actually don't have any models that have the part grouping feature in use. So for these draw groups, I don't actually know. I don't actually know which one is the root. Which is a little problematic. Because the algorithm that Live2D is using is a little different for this. Well, I guess first I need to return these. So we have the draw items, we need draw groups in here. And that means we don't really need draw items, we can just return all the groups. So draw group. Which means draw item doesn't really even need to be a it doesn't even need to be a exported type in this thing. So we actually can just change that to draw group. Have like a root draw group that has all that returns like the main one, and so that'll return a self draw group. So I don't know how to really do that. Is it the first one? Is it the last one? Like, I know it's doing something different because it's integrating with Unity. It's doing like a weird thing where it assigns indices to the art meshes, and so it doesn't actually matter. Sort of. I think where like it's doing something strange, right? And so draw item. We want our draw group, and so then we call this items. And items would be something that returns an iterator over draw items. I guess it should be a collection. I can just make it a I should make them proper things. Okay, so let's keep this draw item thing. Draw group. So items can just be a an array of items. And the draw group needs a you're not gonna care about the total ArtMesh count because that's an implementation detail, and then in depth max depth. These have to do with how Live2D calculates these. But I don't actually want to rely on like these pre-calculated values. So it'll just be items. And in that case, items, this really should be an enum, right? But I think we can just make it with a struct then. It just needs generics. And so then it'll be an enum. And so then we have ArtMesh draw item and part draw item. So draw item is an ArtMesh. And so then, actually go back to this. ArtMesh is like that. But it's just, you don't want to struct. I guess it has to be a trait in this case. Should it be a trait? I guess it should be a trait. Yeah, so this is the ArtMesh ref is really what this is. And then part will be a part draw item with the model like that. And so this would just be a forms. Okay, we need a child, so the part would just be this would be the reference, right? It'll be essentially this. And part and draw group. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we avoid traits for this and just pass the two references. It's a little easier. Because otherwise we have the whole mess with the similar to the whole deformer story. So this would be pop enum, draw item. And the same story there. So then we don't need draw item in here. And this is just then a input into iterator target equals draw item. Why does it complain about no internet? Oh, okay, that's because it's trying to. Okay. Where is this complaining about? Okay, so we have draw group view and draw group view, and this is items. Okay, so then we need to go self.items views for item in self-items views, like self-items views dot map item item dot. Okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, and so we say item dot if item type. So for ArtMesh, it'll just be a draw item core draw item is the issue here. Yes, ArtMesh, it'll just be how does this work for the deformer? Similar story to that deformer view. Yeah, we do this kind of thing, right? So it's ArtMesh view, get self motor, and then it'll be iArtMesh item dot fi child. And then for part, we would have core part draw item. And this is part view.get model actually no, this is part is just yes, I part and draw group would be dot sorry item dot draw group view unwrap. And now the problem here is mismatch option. There we go. And so now lifetime issue. What's this? And it was lifetime missing core item. Oh, okay. It's item model. So that was that. And so now here. That's it. It works. Okay, good. Woo! Is there anything to do with this? I learned for fun since I got interested in us. Then look up just just search for Rust tutorials. There's a lot of stuff you will find. So just kind of pick something to do that interests you and go nuts. There's some really good tutorials. It's easy to find. Okay, let's see. So that gives us the items in a draw group, and now I need a something to find the root draw group, which is going to be an issue. How do we do that? I don't know if it's supposed to be the first one or the last one or which one. Essentially, as whichever draw group is not referenced by any draw items. But that's not the, not the nicest. Thing to do. You could search for the highest total ArtMesh count. I guess it's one way. Because I don't have an example file that uses this feature. I guess I should just keep a. I should keep a. Should keep this in parts. I guess it could be, yeah, there should be some at least. I guess an empty model is valid. So I guess technically it should return, like, it should have a an option there. So then we can just go in here in classes, and there'll be an opt. I'll use an option I draw group. Yeah, that should work. And so then in model, we can do root draw group, and that would be option. And get ref self idx. And then flatten. Actually, this can just be unwrap here. There, that's that. And same thing, item here. Okay, so that gives us the root draw group, and then we can just iterate that. Okay, Rust, Vec, sort. Is this a thing we can do? So there's sort and sort, let's see. Unstable. So we want stable sort for sure. Okay, so now we have this. If we go to the driver, we need to store the ArtMesh list somewhere. TUID, and so then let's do that. Let's do a first of all, we need to check if the depth has changed in ArtMesh. Wait, where's the depth? The depth is... Do we not have it anywhere? I thought we had more. We have at least the... Yeah, we do have the depth there. So we do need the depth. So for that, we need a we just store the depth in the art meshes, which you don't have yet. Driven art mesh, visual vertices, pub depth. And we need this in art mesh state. And we probably want to clamp that. And also in part, we also want to clamp that. And we essentially do the same check here. We want to check the depth of the art mesh if we already had it. And then we recalculate the order in that case. Okay, so then we just check for recalc order at the end of everything here. If self recalc order. So essentially, we want to do... Actually, it's more like self.art sorted art meshes equals self dot sort draw group. And then we can just have sort draw group in here. And then it's not mutable. So draw group. So then we just do items dot into iter dot collect and we say sort by key. And so for ArtMesh, we would see self.artmesh dot, it should just be am.uid depth. And for part item, it would be self.part item dot part dot uid dot depth. So we sort them first, including the sub thing, and then we say items dot map okay, and so I'm gonna make this a little more efficient, but instead of returning vex from this, I'll return iterator. Can I do this? So just collect it. Now I just clear it. DG. Okay. And then finally, it's because F32 is not sortable. Because it has partial ord. There has to be some easy way of sorting by float in Yeah, there's F64 total comp. Okay. Okay, so essentially I need to map it and then sort it. Yeah. Sort draw group, is it D? Right. Alright, I can do self. Can I just say a closure? Probably, I'm gonna use a closure. That sort works, and then we can just say items.map. I did do like a once iterator. Rust once iterator. And then for part, sort draw group, dot draw group, dot flatten. Right, and this returns a different iterator, so... how do I remap that? Yeah, this is a little tricky. How do I flatten iterators with a different type? Oh, it has to be into iterator, okay. But they do have into iterator, hold on. Yeah, but I'm trying to avoid pushing to more Vex, because then, like, it'll keep creating Vex and recreating Vex as the tree gets deeper, which is not very efficient. I could ask a Vec to push into, yeah. There's no better way of doing that, right? Yeah, I guess I'll just do that. So let's call this collect draw group. And then instead of map, what I want to do is the, what was this? For each. And this is not gonna work because borrow checker, so actually yeah, I guess that works. I guess that works. Okay, let's see if that works. So now we have ArtMesh state, part state, and sorted ArtMeshes. The only thing is, depth, is it supposed to go up or down? We were subtracting to move it below. So it's actually supposed to be the other way around, I think. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. And so then in the render, we just change the way we iterate that. That should not compile because I think I removed the draw items. Driver. We don't need the file classes. And we should have something that returns whether this changed, because some people are going to want to recache things. Which I guess we can just change this to order changed. And then we just clear at the top here. Okay, good. So then now this thing. For general idea, it's more like for for UID in MD. No, we need the driven model for this. Driver dot sorted art meshes. Art mesh would be m dot art meshes dot get UID dot unwrap. Yeah, that should work. Where is that called? An 888. What is that? So now we have that. That's just that test. Let's run my model and see if the things are in the right order. So remember, the chair and the hair... Oh, now everything's backwards. Excellent. I got it backwards. That's actually kind of cute that you can do that. Okay. So, yeah. There we go, and now the hair is correctly behind the chair. We fixed the order issue. Yay! So let's see if the refresh works. We can run the test one, the testing with with this test parts. So we just need to zip the file. Run it with that one. Okay, so here's the test model, and VTube Studio is doing what? Well, it's different for one, so we already have a problem, I think. Let's see what we have. Nothing. Okay, so it is broken. Why is it broken? Let's see. part state, so we are probably messing up something here. It's possible the file is wrong. Hold on, let me check the... What I did was... No, it should be correct. Let's add some prints. And let's give it a debug here. And we probably want to make ref import debug. Always nice to have some debug stuff that works. Okay. Not found in view Refactoring. What? Yeah, so we need debug in a bunch of the extra things here in file. I guess I can just have debug and the core item. Let's put this in 442 here in macros. Where's this in model? Okay, then part draw item. I need part. Okay, that makes sense. And now it's there. And I'm just gonna throw this in here temporarily. Okay. That does not work. Where? Just add debug to item, it's easier. The enum needs debug for the type parameter? Why? That's that weird thing, right? Yeah, that's the problem. Let's not do this for now. Yeah, this whole thing, right? Oh, great. And this is unstable. Uh... Right effectivity monitor? That's Inkscape and VTube Studio. Okay, how do I implement this? I guess you'd have to do this kind of thing, right? Should I debug them? Okay, this prints it as B. Okay, fine. So this is debug tuple, I guess. Yeah, it's just debug tuple. Okay. And we need another bound here, which is not just ArtMesh. It also needs the so just be M model in this case. Debug for draw item model, ArtMesh, debug, and also part. So going to drag with 1, going to drag with 0. What happened with the... Did not print that. Let's print that. Item, can I do that? Oh, part draw item has the same problem, right? I was gonna cheat. And now we have a ton of stuff that doesn't make sense. How did model end up printed there? Oh, because the ref has, yeah, the refs just print the model in there, which is annoying. Right. I think I had a debug thing I was already using. Wasn't I using a debug thing somewhere? I had something. It was like a debug skip thing. Debug ignore. No, I thought I had something like this already. Okay, I need to take a very quick break. Be right back. Came back. Yeah, I thought there was a debug skip thing I had somewhere. Maybe I imagined it. Yeah, this is debug more. I think it was this. Drive more. Yeah, driver has that. Yeah, this is, I use this to skip the vertices in the ArtMesh state. So I can do the same thing here. Drive, clone, drive more debug, and then we would do and this debug skip. Okay, that's better. And I want to skip the phantom data stuff too, which is a nice thing I can use that for. In core, in model actually. No, it's in types. Depth equals 1. How did that happen? And also when we change it, it doesn't update. Okay. Did I set the depth 1? I think I did set the depth 1 somewhere. No, cursor, no. I really want to add proper debug, like my own implementation to print all the fields, but so the cursor has depth 400, the test has depth 500. How do we end up with depth 1 for the cursor? That doesn't make sense. So wait, 0 should be warp viz and 1 should be the cursor. Yeah, sorry, warp viz is 1.0, yes. Okay, so it's correct. And then the cursor is 400. Okay, so that's fine. And then the part has a depth of 0. Which is not correct. It's supposed to be 600. So I think there's something broken here. Let's print some stuff here. Part. We're not even doing the calc. How is that happening? Oh, because we are not... We're not checking the parent part of ArtMeshes? Because it's not set. I think I just didn't set it. I need to set, the part is this one, so then the cursor needs to have the part set. If you don't do that, it doesn't know how, it doesn't update it. Ah, but it's still 0. Part index. Oh wait, no, I didn't update the thing here. Test parts. Zip it again. Okay, now it actually updated it. Now we have the depth. Okay, now it's correct. Okay, good. But it doesn't change when we modify it. So what's wrong here is that we only call calc part here, and if the ArtMesh is not changed... yeah, so we need to do the whole thing here. Because, oh no, the ArtMesh doesn't need to be recalculated if the part did not change. However, we do need to call calc part on the part. If we have a part... If we have a part, we just call calc part and ignore the result. And you can just call that here even. And then we can just call it here, yeah. Okay, now it's doing something. Is it behaving the same as VTube Studio? Yeah, that's right. At 1.0, it becomes... Yep. And then the blend param. Once this is large, it doesn't do anything. Otherwise... At -6. Yep, -6. And then it adds. So if this is 0.45, for example, then it would change at -5.2. Yep, she's right. Okay, it works. It works as intended. Nice. Let's add this debug stuff in here. I guess item doesn't need to require debug in this case. And just drop this. And I guess it's the same problem here, but I don't need this anymore though. Okay, so that compiles. Let's put the debug stuff first. This should have been cleared earlier. Part states. Driven part. And I think I don't need that import. Oh, it does need the core model, okay. I can just put it down here, I think. So we do need the parts. That's a different thing. That's something that should have been fixed earlier. Debug, we do need that core model and that. Okay. And that would be a fix for the extrapolation. I really need to fix this weird. This is a very weird bug, and rebase doesn't work. Renter.rs. I don't get it. Yeah, it doesn't work. The rebase. I need to fix this. Maybe NFS works better than SMB. I don't know. It's some kind of like race condition or something. Did I format something? I forgot to format something. Collect draw group. Okay, that needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, it really doesn't like it. Right. Okay. So, what do we have now? We have the to-do. I need to tick off these things, I guess. I forgot to update that. Is that updated? No. I haven't even committed that. And then it's just physics left. I think it's just physics left. Let's do a quick test. Yagami demo, run on my model. Yeah, I should get rid of those prints. Okay, there you go. Okay, anything else besides physics right now? I don't think so. I think we have pretty much everything. Any classes we haven't implemented in the file format? I think that's probably everything. We have, let's see. We have forms, part forms, smart forms, ArtMesh forms, paragraphs, so we have all that. Forms, ArtMesh, share groups, items. Yep, the glue stuff is done. Colors, blend param map, blend form map, yep. And we have the warp, ArtMesh blend, weight limit. We have the weight limits. Hard blend form maps, round blend form maps. Yep, we have all those. Glue blend form maps. I think we have everything. We haven't tested the glue blend form stuff, but it's pretty obvious how it works. So, yeah, I think we're actually done now. I think we're actually done with all the core model rendering stuff. Just physics left. So one more thing is that I had an issue, I remember, with my mouth, and I don't have the code to do the animation stuff anymore. However, there was an issue with the teeth, and I don't know if it's fixed already. It might be fixed already. At least the hair here should be good now, because we had the weird extrapolation thing. I think that's fixed. Probably. Head physics, hair. This is hanging hair thing. And there was a warp deformer somewhere that affects everything, and there was I think most of these aren't in use. It's probably just a 9-axis. Yeah, it's probably just. Oh, that's not good. Interesting. I know what's going on. We are interpreting the depth with different weights, and so sometimes, due to rounding error, we get different values. I think what actually is intended to happen when sorting is that it actually converts the depth to an integer, I believe. We can test that. I was wondering about that. Because it makes sense that interpolation is going to be weird otherwise, right? So we can test that by just having the depth be, for example, if we have the depth of the cursor is 400, and then we set the warp viz is 1.0. So we're gonna set this to 500. And in principle, the cursor is, in terms of order here, it is, the part is on top of the viz. So if I set the part depth to 500 and then we go to 502, it should stay on top. The key points we have are -1 to 2. So let's go -1, 499 to 502. Oh wait, no, those key points are in the wrong place. Yeah, so the key points, we're gonna just have this be -1 to 2, have the whole thing. So now, if you go to the expression editor, so as soon as it's less than 0, it goes behind, which makes sense if it rounds down. But what about the other way around? If we flip these, that did not work, because it's DIP. Aha, see. When they have the same depth, like 0, in this case, the form would have a depth of 500 over here, right? You actually only want to convert it when we reach 1. So we want to do a floor. And we can do the same thing So this is going to be different now, right? If I zip that and run it on the test model. See, now it flips immediately. It doesn't wait for 1.0. So we need to do a floor on that. On the depth. And that'll fix the weird glitchiness. Which is easy enough. We just go here, and then we can even fix the total order issue we had. Because we don't need to sort by floats anymore. We can just sort by key. And go back to this whole thing. Does that work? I think that works. And now it only flips when it gets to 1.0. Great. And that'll fix the weird glitchiness. Could depth become negative? No, officially on Live2D, the depth only goes from 0 to 1000, and I am clamping it to that range, so. Oh, still bad. Why? That doesn't make sense. Oh, also I should change the state to have the depth already quantized. So we'll call this a U32 because it's supposed to be rounded. And then part state is also U32. And driven part can also just have that. Hi. I guess I should make depth an I32 just to make it a little more future-proof. It's still broken. That's interesting. Okay, what's going on there? First of all, oh wait, hold on. Because yeah, if we're just rounding down, then if the depth is a little bit less than the number, so we need some kind of fudge. Actually, yeah, we need some kind of fudge. bet Live2D also has some kind of fudge in here. If I set this to 1.0000, it's like that. If I set it to 0.99999, yeah, okay, 0.999. Yeah, see, 0.99 is still doing that. So it's actually... Yeah, it's probably 0.999 where they do it. So silly. And this has I32 to be safe for depth. Let's call these I32s. Let's make a constant for that. Depth of clamp. No, it doesn't matter if you clamp before or after because like if it's gonna be rounded to integer anyway. So if it clamps like to 0, if it's a smaller number, and then you add the fudge, you still end up with 0 anyway. So it doesn't really make a difference. Okay, there we go. That fixes that. And now, I just want to see if there's anything weird in the mouth. I couldn't see my teeth before. I think that was the issue. So, mouth. Okay, I definitely have teeth now, so that's good. I can just mess around with VTube Studio actually and see if it behaves the same. So this is gonna show physics, but it should be possible to just mouth open, close. Yeah, it looks the same. And the mouth funnel, I think this is the one that has the, yeah, that was one of the ones that has the blend limit. So let's see if that works. Mouth funnel. Yep, does nothing. And then this closes it. Yep, so the limit stuff works. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, that's buggy. The funnel is not updating until I touch the mouth. Which sounds like I'm not checking the blend forms properly. Okay, so mouth funnel needs to be checked. That would be here in ArtMesh update. If we have a... Something's wrong here. Blend form map. Oh, we didn't do the pair maps here. That's the problem. It's this thing. Needs to have this added there. Oh, and what's this doing there? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. What's that doing there? Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's gonna convert to integer anyway, right? And then it's 1000. So back to this. We have the mouth, funnel. Yep, now it works. And I think it was 0.75 with this one was programmed to stop. No, actually no. It's all the way to 1. Is it? Not sure even. .8 it might be. Let me check the... Yeah, it's 0.8. There you go. Anyway, I have teeth, which is what I was missing, so that's good. And then yeah, just the hair here had some weird behavior with the rotation. I think I'm probably just mess around with the 9-axis. Problem is that I don't have the physics done, so I think I might be able to turn off the physics though. Just turn off use physics. Yeah, that works. And then I need to turn off the breathe. There, now it's static. Same as the other one. And so I just want to make sure that when I go to expression editor, and I think it's when I just rotate the okay, Godzi doesn't do much because of the physics that's involved. Actually doesn't do absolutely anything in mine. I think it's because even with the physics off, they're still doing something. How is YouTube Studio so chunky? Why does it change? Guide X. Yeah, it has no key. So this is just like when you turn off physics, it somehow still has a little bit of physics. That's so weird. Nah, it does nothing. Oh, is it because I'm in the menu? No. And it just died. Great. think it's just some weirdness in Visual Studio because I don't think that's like there's no way that's not based on physics. Use keyboard hotkeys was turned off. That would do that. Okay, that works. Yeah, there's no way that's not physics-based. See, when at 30 FPS it's slower. And at 120 FPS, it's faster. Yeah, you can see it. It's still bouncing. Yeah, they just have, like, when you turn physics off, it doesn't actually turn physics off. That's the thing. But anyway, even if you use the default on here... what I want to see is what happens when you rotate the, when you rotate on, I think it's like Z or something. Yeah, something like that. So I don't know if I can make it precisely that. What's that? That's a weird glitch. That pose without the physics copying, but let's see. I think it's not the same. Yeah, because the hair is going to be like swinging down, right? I would have to like, basically disable the physics on this model and get all the params, which I can do. So let's just do that. Contents, resources, data, resources, no, streaming assets, Live2D models. Let's actually disable the physics by just like deleting the physics. And now if I just reload the model, now there's really no physics. And so expression editor, create an expression. And now I should have access to all the parameters. So if we go to 9-axis here and set angle Y to -30, that doesn't do anything. Okay, that's not working. Is it because of the tracking? That still has physics. What just happened? Yeah, that looks right now. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so this is -30. Angle Z is -30. And it does look the same. This hair is in the right place. And the hair, hanging hair. It'll say R for some reason, but 0. Hanging hair L, okay. These are rotation deformers, but yeah, it looks exactly the same. Pretty sure that was wrong before. Yep, looks exactly the same. It's not supposed to have this kind of extreme angle, by the way. It's kind of crazy. But it does look the same. Yeah, forward lean doesn't do anything. Guide on, yeah, these don't do anything. Yeah, it's really extreme now, but if we do that, it still looks the same. So yeah, if that looks the same, I think it's doing the right thing. Okay, I think we're done. I think that's good enough for today. We have a render that seems to work pretty much exactly the same as the VTube Studio one. We just need to add physics. That's it. Physics is the only thing left. Which is not gonna be that hard, but it's basically just gonna be messing around with the JSON files until you basically just have these settings files, and then there will be essentially inputs to like a pendulum. So yeah, we'll have to figure out how to do the math to compute the same physics motion as we do Studio, but it should not be that hard. Okay, I think it's time to wrap it up. But performance issues? No, the performance is fine. It runs quite nicely, even in the browser. So no performance issues. Alright, let's try running it in the browser before we head out. So here it is in the browser. Drop the file in, and it loads. Okay, that's really weird. Okay, this is fine. Oh, hold on. Isn't cat ear supposed to work? Oh, I think it's... No, sorry, those are fine. These are the... Yeah, these are the physics ones. I think these are just not bound to anything. Probably just L3. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Alright, I think it's time to call it a day. We just need to look at physics, and I think I can publish this and make it open source. You're rest in the browser. Yes, it's running in the browser. Everything is running in the browser. With a WebAssembly build and Web GPU. Time to call it a day. I think I have some messages I need to attend to, and yeah, the only thing left is physics. So I think once we get that done, I can publish it. So just that one last thing. All right, thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye. See you next time.